the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies. Hello and welcome to this 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies. Thanks for joining us here out in this incredible matchup that we have in the Central, where we see the St. Louis Americans taking on the Michigan Cricket Stars. We apologize for the technical difficulties we had getting you this matchup, but we'll bring you up to speed on everything that's happened so far in today's match. The St. Louis Americans won the toss and elected to bat first, currently sitting at 118 for 5, having seen their big bat of Noman Anwar come and go with 43 runs to his name, but since then not many runs to speak of. Arnav Jum still in the middle at 24 runs, and now Munir Kakkar, the wicketkeeper, walks into the middle as well. For the Michigan Cricket Stars, they're sitting here with the ball in hand, having done a good job so far, looking to end this innings out on a high. Short and wide, and gets away with it. Wide in the end, given unhappy as Mithun, but probably the right decision on that as well, given off of height, I would say. For both of these teams, a lot to play for. Michigan is still looking for the opportunity to play for their first win. They want an opportunity to win their game. St. Louis, they're still in that playoff hunt, a division that's just as stacked as there is around the country. This one slides down the leg side. We'll run away towards that boundary rope, and it'll end up being 4 runs. So you take that if you're the St. Louis Americans at home trying to find runs, and does so well that time. Kakkar to open his account. Well, just sliding down the leg side. A little bit inaccurate here, Mithun opening things up. Again, while we just get the stream going, we're coming to the tail end of this first innings. They've got to be real sharp. Oldham, wider of the crease that time, angling in, maybe stayed a touch low, but that's a brilliant delivery, brilliant recovery from Mithun. And he picks up the wicket of Kakkar, gives up the one boundary, but on the second delivery, gets him for all money. Yeah, it's a brilliant delivery there. You see the use of the crease. That was the real difference for me on this one. Much straighter against the crease, but that delivery then went for 4, and it slid down the leg side. We know he's bringing the ball back in. This time, goes much wider of the crease, really outside the wide line on the landing crease, lands there, and then fires it in and lets it just snip back, which is quite brilliant from Mithun. So good start here and good work from Mithun. He'll pick up his second wicket of the day here in this 17th over. Again, we talked about this division being one to watch for. The Michigan Cricket Stars are looking for win number 1 in this division. They're looking to keep themselves from having a winless season. For the St. Louis Americans, they're currently seated at 3rd place with 5 games. Now, the one thing about that, the Hurricanes and the Tigers, both below them, have played less matches than they have. So something to watch for. Again, you're trying to make it into the top 2. You got to compete with the X-40 Giants and the Kingsmen, who you'd say were the favorites of this division coming into it. 8 points for the Kingsmen, having not lost one of their 4. And then 7 points for the X-40 Giants with 3 wins and a tie to their names. And you're going to get to continue to see this St. Louis batting attack. And it's now Abhimanyu Lumba in the middle. Unable to flick it, but we'll get one. Could be a run out. This could be close. Not out. Not out. Mithun can't quite believe it. He knocked out middle stump. But instead, he's going to survive in the end. It was very, very close and really would have been an unreal bit of work from the bowler. He can't quite believe it. Still arguing his case. But umpire's fingers stay down. 17 gone. 124 for 6. Experienced some technical difficulties early, but now we're back. And the St. Louis Americans trying to claw their way up to 140. Looking for a similar shot. Good running here from the Americans. They'll get one off. You see it straight away. Lumba has an area he's looking to score in. So it's nice here from Assad what he's trying to do. Keep it wide of the stumps. Keep it away from the arc. Just almost think maybe he just gets one to come in quicker. And just come back in enough to find stumps. Bowling now to Arnav Jam, who's putting together a little bit of a nice innings. Oh, that's brilliant. Into out, over covers. No better sign. Pick up 4 runs through extra. Yeah, his bat's been key, hasn't it? Ever since Noman Anwar, no one's found the runs. This time just makes a little bit of room for himself. The ball isn't that wide. Maybe a touch over pitched, but he's just created that shot. And he's cashing in on building this inning so far. This is what St. Louis has done all season. They've just found contributions from different people in that middle order. It's been Noman Anwar with runs, Zayed Zakil, who's been amongst the runs, and then from there, just get a couple of guys to score. Today, it's been Jam, and he'll do it once again with bat on ball. Sweeper should come around. Keep it to just a couple of runs. They're coming back for 2, running hard. Good running. I like this from St. Louis. I've talked about it on a number of broadcasts. I like it when the batters are running hard. You do the basics well. You just keep the pressure on the Michigan Cricket Stars. That fielder had a little bobble. He has to clean that up. The keeper is trying to knock off the stumps. He's not able to collect it cleanly. You give yourself options and the ability to then capitalize on those mistakes by running the first one hard. That's why they got 2. Change of angle. Oh my goodness. That is just a comedy of errors. First off, that was it came off the bat incredibly well from Jam. It went straight on to the body of Lumba, and from there, Saad was unable to collect the ball, had the run out, and unable to break the stumps. So everyone survives. Just a dot ball, but maybe the most exciting dot ball you've seen. Yorks himself, but able to get it away. Should be just the one. Maybe they come back for 2. No. Probably the right decision in the end. Struck firmly down to long on and over. That's all. 2 boundaries in it. 18 gone. 136 for 6. Well, today's game will be the 3rd meeting between these 2 sides. The St. Louis Americans have won each of the prior 2. Cricket Stars trying to change that. Gets through there. We get 1 as Ahmed comes back into the attack with ball in hand. Again, the St. Louis Americans have been the ones that have found wins as of late in this series. But the one thing for them, the team that tends to bat second at ACAC Park has been the team that's found the most success. 7 matches won to the 5 that are won, batting first. The one thing, though, the St. Louis Americans have passed that average score batting first. Average score 121. St. Louis well beyond that. This one's hit up into the air. It'll fall short of any of the fielders and just be the 1 run. St. Louis will take that, though. Anything they can add on to this, their bowling attack that's been the biggest reason for them to be in this competition. I think of Ujjval Nakota. I think of Muhammad Ilyas and what he does. They just have good bowlers. Noman Anwar comes in and can bowl some, and Nisar Hakwar that is also quite prolific. Well adjusted from Ahmed, spotted the movement, rolled the fingers, kept it wide of Jam. This has been a good innings from Jam, though, one that he's needed. He's been batting around the order, sometimes at the top, sometimes in the middle. He's coming number 3 at times, but today has really been a day that he can hang his hat on. The lone bat outside of Noman Anwar heaved into the onside. Fielder has to give chase. Does well. They should come back for 2 and will quite easily in the end. That one zips off that Astro surface. And you see there on your screen, there's an Astro surface to your left, but this surface is the hybrid wicket that was put in there 2 years ago now. And it's one of the great advancements of minor league cricket. The way that it's kind of changed the landscape of cricket around the States. Now, every game in minor league is played on either turf or hybrid wickets. And for those of you who are unaware of what a hybrid wicket is, the hybrid wicket is those wickets that were sent up from the GABA. It's a mixture of dirt and grass, and you put concrete down, you put that over the top of it, and now it reacts as if it's turf, less to maintain. It takes a little bit to set, but easier throughout the year. Doesn't have to be covered as much, doesn't have to be watered or rolled as much. It acts much nicer and much easier in terms of maintenance, but it reacts just like a natural turf surface. So that's the beauty of it. It's a great innovation of our game, and I think that's what minor league cricket's all about, the innovation of the game. We're playing T20 cricket, another great innovation. And in the United States, the next great barrier for cricket is this one is heaved and picked up and put all the way. Feuder was giving chase for a long while, but won't be able to get there. There'll be 4 runs and a boundary to close the over. Take another look. Use of the feet, got to the pitch, and picked the gap quite nicely. 1 bounce in the end, all the way over the rope for 4 runs. 19 overs are gone. It's 145 for 6. Uymanya Mithun tasked with bowling the final over. He's given up 24 runs and taken 2 wickets in his 3 up to this point. What does he have in store? Rank full toss, beats the fielder inside the ring. It'll run away to the boundary. My interest is the hands from the leg umpire. Seem to have stayed down, but not a great start. He's going for that Yorker and just missed it straight away. It was dipping, and can he make just a little jump because he's just thinking third man could have gone there. A lot of risk with third man up in the circle. Any bit of bat's going to fly through. Not the way you would have hoped to start this over if you're the Cricket Stars. Yeah, curious decision to keep third man up in the ring because it is a quick outfield here at ACAC. Would have thought maybe you can just push him back there and bring in maybe your deep cover fielder and dare the batter to go over cover from that type of delivery. The ball coming back in on a Yorker length. Even if you miss full, it's very hard to get a low full toss over cover. More often than not, you see it kind of sliced up into the air. It's a little change in the field happening now. So he changed the plans. You can see him maneuvering that mid-wicket fielder, just moving him a little square. Pounced on and going to go all the way to the rope for 4. Just too wide, really. was on a length, but just gave too much width for Arnav Jam. He's going to free the legs no matter what happened. And that time he was able to make terrific contact and get it all the way to the rope. That's just not great from Abhimanyu. Jam, he's eyeing himself his first half century of 2024. He's got 4 balls to do it in, already on 43. So just needs those 7 runs from this point. Low full toss, hit straight up. Fielder underneath it. And no mistake made, out in the deep. That's better. That's the ball you want to bowl. And John misses out on his 50. But again, we talked about it. That low full toss, so hard to hit right in the area you want it to hit. Oftentimes you end up just slicing it. You have to create so much power. And it just asked to be taken and was quite comfortably in the end. So a good innings and an important one comes to an end. Arnav Jam goes 43 from 32. And the score now reads 153 for 6. Muhammad Ilyas comes into the middle. He can get bat to ball and put some runs on the board in a hurry. That's the role. 3 balls to do it. 160. That would be the goal for the Americans. Digs out the Yorker nicely. We'll just get 1. However, now Lumba will be on strike. And again, a boundary here would just change the mindset of these last 3 balls. But this has already been a great over. Those 9 runs coming from the first 4, the 8 from the first 2. You've done the job. You've gone past 150. Give your bowler something to bowl at. And again, that average first inning score around 120 here at ACAC. So 150, feel very confident in that, feel very comfortable. But today, quick outfield, wicket looks good, hints of movement. So there are runs on offer, but for Michigan Cricket Stars side that's, missing some of their key batters. Think of Sushant Modani, think of Utkarsh Srivastava. They're going to have a lot of work to do to get that win. Another full toss, heaved into the onside, fielder underneath it, won't carry. Don't think was ever really in a good enough position. They should get 3 on this one. Another fumble could lead to a 4th run. Ball just now coming in. And I think they just got the 3 runs on that one. Yeah, they did. But yeah, I think the fielder was just late off the blocks on that one, unable to get himself really in a good position to take that catch. But a good recovery from Mithun after those 2 initial boundaries. Yeah, you give up 3 on that delivery, but you can see what he's trying to do, and he's executing much better. He hasn't hit the Yorker all but 1 time, but the low full toss, most underrated delivery in cricket. Another low full toss, skied into the air, and taken in the end, smooth as can be. And Mithun will finish with 4 wickets in the game, but give credit to that man out in the deep. Again, that low full toss, Dane Pete calls it the best delivery in death in T20 cricket. And boom, sliding to a stop as this innings goes. But even with that high finish for the Michigan Cricket Stars, the St. Louis Americans will feel more than happy with what they've done in 20 overs, highlighted by Noman Anwar's 43 off 35 and Arnav Jam's 43 off 32. The St. Louis Americans finish with 157 for 8. But don't go anywhere here because in just about 10 minutes, we'll get the second innings of this match for the Michigan Cricket Stars. With only 158 to claim win number 1 for them in 2024.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Oh, hello there. Thanks for stopping by once again and coming back here to this 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yush Technologies. We've just picked up this second innings here. The St. Louis Americans, they won the toss. They elected to bat first, batting in their home ground of ACAC Park, number one field as well, and they put up a total of 157. So the winless Michigan Cricket Stars will need 158 to claim their first win this season. Again, the struggle has really just been in batting in partnerships. They'll get a couple of individual standouts, but wickets tend to fall very, very quickly. And again, in quick order. For them, it's got to be about finding some type of consistency, some type of ability to build a partnership, keep that partnership, and not throw it away. I think to last week when they did have a little bit of a partnership going early against the Chicago Kingsmen between Abhinav Sekaram and Rithvik Behera. Those two were able to get together, bat on, and score about 30 odd apiece, 60-run opening stand, and then just kind of threw it away. A little glance off Behera's hip, ended up going to fine leg. There was a yes no call. They both ended up at the striker's end, and Sakaram gets out, and then just 3 balls later, Behera tries a big sweep against Esanadil, gets cleaned up, and that was all they wrote. So that is the difference here. They have to find a way to build a partnership and let it last and take advantage of the fact they've built one. It will not be Behera opening the batting today. It will be Abhinav Sakaram alongside. We'll get that information for you later. But again, it will not be alongside Rithvik Behera. It will be alongside Munir Ahmed. Had a couple of overs with the ball in hand. Now he's going to have an opportunity with the bat in hand. Try to find some runs early on. Munid, I'll be curious to see what he can do. Again, opening the batting for a team that's tried a couple of different options up the order. Slip in place, though, for Sikaram, who's standing on an outside off stump, dealing with Lumba first up. Thanks for hanging with us out there in minor league cricket world, presented by Yash Technology. Still here with the St. Louis Americans, Muhammad Ilyas, with the ball in hand as the Michigan Cricket Stars look to try to build something. We talked about needing their opening partnership to finally fire. Well, it was the end of an early day for Munir Ahmed, but we'll get back to that early day in just a second. 2 overs gone, it's 12 for 1. Waka Salim and Abhinav Sikar. I'm trying to put together something for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Here, Munir Ahmed is getting his first opportunity to bat. Didn't find runs on the board. Now it'll be up to Salim and Sikar, and both of them have had little cameos throughout this tournament. But, I mean, this is what the St. Louis Americans do so well. Again, this is the surprise team for me of the Central Division. Coming in, you think about the teams down in Texas and you think about the Kingsmen. It was the Kingsmen, it was the Exportia Giants, and it was really the Houston Hurricanes alongside the Lone Star Americans as most people's teams to watch for that top two. The St. Louis Americans, even after losing Justin Dill, have found ways to find success. Extra bounce there from Lumba. And yes, Noman Anwar was their big acquisition that's gotten them into winning positions with the bat. And Zaid Sakil getting a real opportunity, a real role defined for him. He's flourished under that. But for me, it's been this opening pair of Abhimanyu Lumba and Muhammad Ilyas. These two together have been able to move the ball in multiple directions, get a little bit of extra bounce, attack the pads, attack the stumps, and that's why they've been able to keep themselves in games. They're not a team that's going to run away with the score, but not scoring 200 runs consistently unless Zakil and Anwar get it going early. Hit into the air, and no fielder out there at fine leg. So it'll run away for 4 runs. Not in full control there, Salim, but it'll take the runs nonetheless. And the Michigan Cricket Stars will need more of that. Yeah, Lumba's been going back of a length. He's looking to extract the extra bounce on this surface. This time just straying in line, getting too straight. All he had to do there, Salim, was just use the hands to guide it. Beauty of batting in the power play. Don't have to clear it fully. Just get enough bat on it. Hint of movement there. Pick up a run, maybe 2. They're quick, probably just the 1 for them, but good here from Lumba. You can see what he's trying to do. This wicket, there isn't a lot of grass on it, so don't expect huge amounts of movement, but you can see he's able to extract just a nip. And now for Abhinav Sakaram, he's one of those interesting youngsters that you see, one of the more promising talents in minor league. Through 6 innings, he's scored 81 runs, has that high score of 45. He's just looking to get that average up, a touch low for him. And again, he's been batting in situations where he's kind of had to be the bedrock at one end. What does he have now facing Lumba? Hold. We'll go ahead and run away to the boundary rope. That's good there. There's good use of the crease from Sakaram, understanding that Lumba wants to be on a length back of it. He's already standing on off stump, so all he has to do is get himself into position and pull it away for 4 runs. Good way to close the over for the Michigan Cricket Stars. They'll take that. 3 overs gone. The score now is 25 for 1. Now, excuse me, we got another delivery to go. It's 21 for 1 still. But Sakaram he's starting to find a little bit of flow. What I saw from him in his past couple of matches is a real ability to stay on the back foot when needed. in the air, away from the fielder. It's just in the air slightly. It's running on this quick outfield. Work to do for Joshua Kine. Little fumble will allow them to come back for an easy 2. And now it'll close out this third over, 23 for 1.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
I mentioned about an opening duo for the St. Louis Americans. Well, maybe undersold it because Ujjwal Vinakorta has been just as effective with the ball in hand this season in minor league cricket as his peers. And he's got the ball in hand now to start off this fourth over. And it's so nice as a captain when you're able to just kind of throw the ball to a third pacer and feel very good about it early on in the power play. First ball, starting off to Salim. And you can see why he's so effective early on with the new ball. So you see some nifty footwork from Noman Anwar. It's that angle of the wrist, that wrist position. Everything's coming back in to the right-hander, moving away from the left. So you have to play for that angle. He's got 23 wickets across 21 innings, an economy rate, maybe a touch more on the expensive side, just a shade under 9. Good strike rate at 16.2. That's in the air, and it's put down or maybe just fallen short. The reaction of the fielders would have said it was put down. I think it's just dropped short on him there. Yeah, that's confirmation, but you can see the lengths that the St. Louis Americans are bowling, and that's what's causing problems. Yes, when they've gotten too short, it's been easy to pull away, but when they're on the right line, that back of a line, little extra bounce, the angles, the swing, it just created a little bit of an issue. You see the field there. Not too many members on the leg side for left-handed Sakaram, but he might actually have a good time batting to Vinacorte. He just has to understand the angles here. You see him stationed on middle stump, usually stationed on off stump or outside the off stump. I think this is a smart move here. Get himself to middle, give himself room to free the hands. Like this. That's brilliantly done. Over the top, use of the feet. It'll run away to the boundary rope for 4 runs, and this young man is flourishing before our very eyes. Again, we talked about creating width, creating the opportunities on the crease, and he's done just that. Use of the feet, free the hands. And he knows that Vinacorta is going to move it away. There's very few instances in which Vinacorta will be able to bring it back in to Sakaram. So standing on middle stump, middle and leg, gives you that freedom, the ability to clear your arms. If you're Vinacorta, you just want to start much straighter. Start straighter. Was there a bit of pad on the way through? It seems like there was a bit of pad. The St. Louis Americans are all up. They all believe it was glove on the way through, but very clearly, very early on, Sakaram said it came off his hip. Let's take a look. Again, very early said that it was the thigh pad. The St. Louis Americans were up straight away. Umpire in the best position to tell that. Again, very tough to tell in real time. No third umpire in minor league cricket, so it's all up to the umpires out there on the field. I like this from Ujjwal, though. This is good. He's going to bring it in with the arm and then away off the surface now. Yeah, better. Doesn't allow Sakaram the width to free the hands. The thing for me now from Sakaram, what I would like to see is can you take that next step? Come to the off stump now. What does that do? Well, you know it's going to start angling into you. You now can create the angle to pull and access the onside. And again, that's where he more naturally stands outside that off stump. Oh, how good is this? No need to change where you stand. When you can play strokes like that, it's on a length, it's just using his hands over the top. And Abhinav Sakaram, he's taking the attack to the St. Louis Americans. Close out this fourth over, 32 for 1.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Well, the St. Louis Americans team wasn't just without the loss of Justin Dill. They lost a couple of spinners in their own right. Think about Siddhant Shah, who's now playing down south with the Orlando Galaxy. So they're going to turn to the spin of Sahed Sakil. He's got the ball in hand now. What does he have to offer? Some left arm spin into the attack. You can see no real turn, just going on with the angle. And that's what the left arm spinner just provides, especially with batters who are starting to find a little bit of flow early on. Just creates this little doubt in their mind. Oh, is it going to turn? It can slow things down. It's often why you see them, the spinner of choice in the power play. Hits down the ground. Just one bounce to that fielder. You could see the nervy look from Salim when he hit it. He had just picked out that fielder, just hadn't timed it quite well enough. Zakil feels that probably should have been a catch. Every bowler is going to feel like it should have been a catch, however. But in Zakil's time in minor league cricket, he's played 22 matches. Just 13 matches has he bowled in. He's only taken 7 wickets with a higher economy rate, but he's been bowling to some of the best in the country. Think about when he was with the Silicon Valley Strikers, having to bowl to those batters out west, now in the central. Hasn't caught a break. All the batters seem to be in the division where he's in. But again, an interesting role for him carved in St. Louis. Hold. That slog sweep just meets Noman Anwar. So just the one run here. But I like this from these two batters, and I'm liking the innings I'm seeing out of Sakaram. It's very measured, very approached. No rash shot. He's using the crease well, creating angles, and sometimes that's the next step for a cricketer. Okay, you can hit the ball, you can time it well, but can you find gaps? Can you create gaps with how you adjust yourself on the crease? That's in the air, over extra cover, and that'll be 4 runs over the rope. We're just sliding up that hill as well. Yeah, a bit of width, touch over pitched, and just had to lean into it. No fielder out there in the long off extra cover region. And struck firmly. Yeah, very nice here. Good little partnership building. This partnership will be a big key. You think about what St. Louis did, even with that fall of wickets in the middle, even without the massive amounts of depth they have, you would say they're maybe slightly deeper unit, but also it was the ability of Arnav Jam to sit there in the middle. It was Nauman Anwar early. You get them out cheaply. This is a whole nother game. So I think about this team. They're much deeper than they've been in weeks past. Rithvik Behera is there. Nikhil Kanchan is there. And you have a guy like Tanafwasi who can come in and smash the ball around. So plenty of bats around this group. It's just the consistent nature of them being able to find runs. I think they're just looking for that ball, maybe deciding to change the ball even. See the batters getting water. Looks to be a warm day out there in St. Louis. I've had the honor and the luxury of getting to ACAC Park for once during my minor league career, and beautiful facility. It was actually right when they were installing the hybrids over there, so it was pretty brilliant. And I think the beautiful part about this ground is that there's two venues. There's ACAC Park 1 and ACAC Park 2. Park 1 is typically where your minor league action happens, and then Park 2 is where your local league games happen. So, I got to see while I'm calling the game here, got to see, the local league games happen. And, brilliant to see this facility continue to grow. There's a couple of practice nets there as well. So it's a very nice facility, promotes a lot of great youngsters. I think of a Siddhant Shah. I think of a Parth Patel, Arnav and Undit Jam from that facility. So great cricketers get produced out of this program. It's cool to see these kinds of things happen. And, you have guys who are there for the community. I think of Justin Dill for how long he was there in St. Louis, how big he was. They just get people to commit. It's quite brilliant. It gives you a Seattle feel, and I'm not just saying that because of the jerseys, but it's quite terrific what they do out there in St. Louis. Ball in, players in, 120 more runs to go. They'll fend away. You can see that one just holding up and turning and straightening just a touch. So there's a little bit of turn on offer for this wicket. Not the worst wicket to bat on. There's plenty of runs to be had. You just have to bat in partnerships here. Plenty of runs along the ground as well. That one's flighted, met with the sweep, and met to the gap. It'll run away to the boundary. That's into the thick stuff. It'll be 4 runs to close out a 5th over. Just a couple of loose deliveries from Sakil. They get 10 runs off of it. And this power play is being owned by the Michigan Cricket Stars. Scores now 42 for 1. Well, this has been the revelation of the season. Noman Anwar, he's prolific with the bat. That's why he's playing in Major League Cricket, because he's so good with the bat and hand up top of the order. With the ball, we've seen him in stints, but this season he's been a consistent fixture with the ball in hand, has a 4-wicket haul. Excuse me, make it a 3-wicket haul, and there's 3 in the over. He finds ways to affect the game, and coming in with his leg spins now. Starts off with the off spinner. You can see it there, front of the hand, finger over it. They've got to find a way to break this partnership if you're St. Louis. You can't let these two continue to bat on. That one's pushed, but no run on offer. Hit straight to cover. Can you find some quiet overs? Sakaram's been wanting to use the feet, has elected to, so I'm interested to see if Noman Anwar just flights him up a little bit to invite that and then slides one through. Put away in the air, away from the fielders. Sweep recovered, does well, but not well enough. It'll be 4 runs, much to the displeasure of Noman Anwar, but I'll be enough Sakaram. He's finding a liking. Just look how quick he gets onto the back foot. He's in position, even with it turning away from him. Head still, feet still, base in place. He's able just to free the hands through the line of the ball. This is good from Sakaram, putting pressure on both bowlers, not letting anyone settle in. For Noman Anwar, I think just was almost anticipating the step down too early. And I reckon with not much spin on this surface, if you quicken it up through the air as he tries to come down the ground, that's your best way of attacking it. Yeah, better delivery that. Wanted the quick single, but Salim was never interested in it. Good call there. The spin is starting to operate now. It's final over the power play. It's one that can go anyone's fashion. You've lost just the one wicket. You kept the required run rate down to under 8. That's a brilliant place to be. Quicker that time, too full. We'll get 1. And now I'm interested to see what Anwar does here. Again, typically bowls the leg spinners are the quick back of the hand. Does flight it up a couple, not a huge turner of the ball, but puts it in good areas. He's been bowling off spinners. Really just what we see out of like a Milind Kumar, the quicker off cutter, if you will. Does he go back to the traditional leg spin stuff that he tends to bowl? Sat up, asked to be hit, and met with the punishment. That's not a great delivery, and Noman Anwar knows it. It's an 11-run over to close the power play. Boundary for Sakadam. This time, this massive 6 from Waqas Salim to close out what's been a very productive power play for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Scores 53 for 1. More spin to continue. Karan Ahmed pushed into the onside, and Karan's one of those youngsters you're talking about in and around this setup here. Karan is. He's been around minor league for a while now and getting an opportunity with the ball in hand. Again, his job today will be to take some wickets. The youngster in St. Louis opting with spin very, very early on. Again, they look to their top 3 pacers to take maybe a wicket apiece in that initial stretch. You get the team 3 down, make him attack the spinners, but so far for Karan Ahmed, again, new to minor league, getting an opportunity. Oh, good delivery that. You gotta like the action, the high arm, good flight on offer as well. Dip, drift. There's been a lot of leg spinners starting to emerge. I think about down south with Adi Gupta and Adam Khan, who I think's had maybe some of the best spells of a leg spinner in minor league. Obviously, Yasir Muhammad cuts, but nowhere to go. And I think about the cricketers now that are bowling leg spin. Mohammad Mohsin, who's now moved down south. Zia Shahzad, who's now moved into the south. Sunny Patel moved into the south as well. All 3 of them on major league rosters. And it's good to see the young leg spinners start to emerge as well. Even like a Raymond Ramerton, who's so good with the ball in hand, has made a name for himself spinning it out in the East. So again, to get young leg spinners is something that you don't really see often in the USA. I think about the leg spinners that have come. Most of them have bowled pace for the majority of their youth career and then have been told, hey, you're not quite quick enough, make the switch. I think of a Yasir Muhammad in that aspect. This one's a full toss, just flicked out, should be 1. Even going back to the early days of USA cricket, far before minor league, Smit Patel, who now resides in Australia, came up through the ranks as someone who was a pace bowler who swung the ball away, went to the USA camp and was converted into a leg spinner and started doing things that way. So you're seeing more and more grassroots level leg spinners, which is always great to see. As this one's cut away, but just to the fielder, and he's delivered a good over here. Just the 3 runs from the 7th over and a tidy, quick one. That's what you want as a spinner. It's 56 for 1.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Noman Anwar will continue. No surprise, even after going for the runs he did, just because he's someone who always wants to get in on the act. Better that from Anwar. No fumble. Won't lead to any extra runs, but quicker through the air that time. Yeah, Noman Anwar always wants in on the action, always feels like he can affect the game. And so it's good to see him with the confidence to continue to bowl. In the air and taken. Well done there. At point, well done by Noman Anwar. Spotted the movement, followed Sakaram, and after a promising start, it's come to an end, and the St. Louis Americans get wicket number 2. Yeah, again, to me, it comes down to Noman Anwar, the experience, and the way he's delivered this delivery. Trying to make room for himself. All he could do was just get followed and hit it up into the air. Salim, a shake of the head. Can't quite believe it because that's the in that the St. Louis Americans needed. 2 wickets down. It's 56 for 1. Well, it's Hrithik Behera who's going to walk into the middle now. This young man, he's promising, bright young cricketer. He's already debuted for the USA, did it against Ireland. Didn't find the runs that he would have been looking for. Hasn't found his way back to the USA setup since then. And he's in his first year outside of the Baltimore area. Was with the Baltimore Royals last season, opened the batting, and would get off to decent starts, but was caught at cover more times than I think he would care to admit, trying to play his favorite lofted cover drive. This season's found a home with Michigan. He's gotten off to starts. Can he convert here today? No run on offer. You talk about the starts that he's gone off to. A high score of 45 in his 35 innings, 399 runs. Again, he's a very naturally aggressive stroke maker. Like that. You can see it straight away. The intent to get to that delivery, already moving outside, looking for options to score. He's got a lot of talent, this young man. Noman Anwar just having a little game with the ref, with the umpire there. But like we said, Hrithik Behera, this is a good opportunity. When I look at this Michigan Cricket Stars group, it's a very young team. They don't have Utkarsh Shrivastava right now, who's on national duty, but this is a team that's loaded with a lot of these youngsters who have been in and around the circuit. So they've gotten an opportunity now to really express themselves here in Michigan. That one's going to beat third man. It's going to race away to the boundary. A lot of work to do and can't do it. B4 runs, ruins what was brewing up to be a really great over. But this from Noman Anwar, not a bad ball. Maybe a hint of width and well placed, really purposefully done. That fine. And this is a quick outfield. No way for Adnan Jam to be able to stop that one. But yeah, you talk about minor league teams. Everyone wants to win the championship every year, but I think there's some self-reflection that can happen, right? For certain teams. I think when I look at Michigan and you're in this loaded division where St. Louis is really not a team even we were talking about, and still they're going to compete. This is a real opportunity to develop for maybe next year. Maybe you're not going to win it this season, but next year, the year after, you got a young core, you can find your way to the top. It'll close out the eighth over, saw a wicket in it. It's 61 for 2.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Big on to continue. Had a great first over, just gave up the 3 runs, got through it quickly. They need more of those after 8 are gone. Rankful toss, dip on it, but Behera, he's such a good timer and placer of the delivery. Will find his way for a couple of runs as Joshua Kind keep it to just 2. Joshua Kind, another one of those youngsters who is good to see back in minor league. He's been in and around the setup for a while, playing cricket in a couple different places. Captain of the USA Under 19 team a couple of cycles ago. Is this one will get through Noman Anwar for just single. Well, stop though, was firmly struck. And that's the area Behera likes to attack. He likes to play through covers, and oftentimes you would see pace bowlers bowl in that area and either pull the length slightly back or slow it down, and he would just hit it straight down the throat of short cover. So that is something to watch for when the St. Louis Americans bring back pace. Missed the run up that time, and see what Gunnar has in store. Heaved into the onside, just one bounce to Joshua Kind. I like the action from Anand. It's very simple. Again, not a lot of moving parts. I think that's a big part of bowling. How many things have to go right for you to be able to deliver the ball from the same arm slot consistently? When you have guys who swing their arms all over the place, if you can get it to be consistent, it's fine. But you can see the natural variation there. This time it'll be short and hit away. Ritvik Behera wasn't going to miss out on that. Little commentators curse about how good the action is and how much it allows him to control the ball this time. Unable to control it at all. And not a lot of work Sweeper could do with that one. Blown away, but again, really the first loose delivery. You would have a couple of full tosses, but they were low, they were dipping. Had to be watchful. That time, really poor. Yeah, even that's fine. It was short, but again, spitting, angled in. You could see he gets the angle into the right-hander and to spin away. Let's take a second look there, but again, Behera, very measured approach so far. Salim has been good in his approach. Oh, how is that? Hold the pose, Salim. Wakas, you played a brilliant shot there. It's not a terrible delivery, but use of the feet and the classic shot over the covers moves him to 39, and that's brilliantly done to close out the 9th over at 76 for 2. Good move here from St. Louis to bring back Ujjwal Vinnakota. Went for runs early, but it was to the left-hander. It was to Sakaram, who was able to kind of use the angle away to find runs. Watch the length here to Beheda. Does he try to opt him into that cover drive? Starts short, hit to fine leg. Again, bowls a hard length. Beheda likes to be on the front foot, likes to drive. So could be a good matchup here. Both these batters have been far more comfortable getting forward playing those drives. We've seen the one pull shot from Salim. Beheda obviously with that cut to a rank short delivery, but I'm interested to see this with extra bounce there. Again, not a lot of scoring options from that length and that line because everything's angling back in. You're always worried about the stumps being open. So if you can operate at fifth, even with a slightly older ball, a 10-over old ball, just because of the wrist position, everything's going to angle back. It might not swing big, but it is going to angle in and always look like it's coming on to stumps. Bit more width through the offside. It'll run away for 4 runs. That's the danger when you try to bowl back of a length. If you get too wide, this happens. Yeah, Behera, great use of the feet. Got close to it, got his head over the ball. And I've been really impressed with the cricket stars' ability to use their feet, whether it's on the crease or to get to the pitch of the delivery all day today. Something Behera maybe would have called it a weakness early in his career. Now using his feet much better. Yeah, good delivery, but well dealt with. Yeah, you talk about use of the feet. He's very good getting to the ball in terms of stepping in line with it. But oftentimes, because he's just so sure-handed, he has such great hand-eye coordination, he will tend to sometimes you can just see him get into a phase where it is just his hands through the line. But you're seeing him start to mature and develop and see the more constant footwork through every single shot throughout his innings. Quick single, sent back. Good decision that. Don't want to test the arm. No need to throw away wickets. You're in a good spot here. Again, there's batters in the shed, but maybe not the experience in the shed. Beheader obviously has been on national duty. Salim's been all over the country playing minor league cricket. Sakadam's a little bit more accomplished. Bats in the shed, but want to hold them out. Last ball of the 10th. Bit of shape to close out the 10th over. Still anyone's game. Don't go anywhere. Halfway stage of the second innings. It's 81 for 2.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Continuing here is Noman Anwar, and we'll get to see him operate this time from the other end of the ground. See what kind of rewards that brings him. Slipped off his hip. There's no run there. Beheda was stranded halfway down the track. Again, this is something that happened last week, so be watchful of this. It happened with Beheda and Sakaram, where it was a yes and no. Both ended up at the striker's end, and Sakaram had to walk. Something to watch for. Well, behold that. A little bit of drift. Just kind of straightened up on Beheda. And Anwar doesn't get a huge amount of turn, but can get it to just cut in either direction ever so slightly. And you can see he's using the seam well today. Swept and swept beautifully. Brilliant from Beheda. He got to understanding what Noman Anwar wanted to bowl. Got into position early, made him pay. Yeah, just slightly down the leg side. Knew it was going to be on that length. And the fine leg inside the ring just had to pick it up. All time for 4 runs. Again, you can see this match here is just being determined. It's going to come down to the wire. There's really no one pulling away at the moment. The Cricket Stars are ahead of the game, but a wicket here, some tight overs change it. No singles on offer. That's the other big thing, is that the singles aren't really flowing. Sure, the boundaries seem to be coming. There's one and over, it feels, but those singles have just kind of dried up. Salim did point to the onside and goes there immediately to find his one. I think that's a missed opportunity from Noman Anwar. I think he could easily just pitched it up slightly, get the ball to continue to shape away, and hope that he as the hitter tries to flick it, you catch the leading edge, or he just misses it altogether, takes out off stump. And he's not a bowler, but he's someone who prides himself. And any phase of the game, quick single this, and they'll get it in the end to close out the 11th over. A good one. 6 runs come from it. Not quite the number of runs they need, but no wickets falling. Again, this game is going to go to the very last. 11 gone, 87 for 2.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Well, that's not what the doctor ordered for the Michigan Cricket Stars, and it's what's happened all season. Just as batters get in, they get out. Trying to go down the grounds, could only sky it straight up into the air. And Salim ended up finding the fielder. Muhammad Ilyas settling underneath it. And this could just be the breakthrough the St. Louis Americans need to get back ahead of this match. Gonna feel so disappointed with that is Waqas Salim. He just got in. He's moved into the 40s. He's hitting the ball around, trying to take Ujjval Vinakota down the ground. And again, it's just that extra bit of bounce that he gets. It came higher off the bat than he would have anticipated. Disappointing stuff there. And it brings a new man into the middle. And that's the big key, is how do you continue to build on partnerships? Is Nikhil Kanchan will walk into the middle. Header has just started to find a little bit of flow, but Salim's timely boundaries was allowing him to take his time. Now for Kanchan, is it a role reversal, or is it you got to find runs straight away? The captain in the middle, alongside one of his young superstars, facing Ujjval Vinakota, who's just taken wicket number 1. First runs here. No. What is this from the Cricket Stars? This again. Can't have this. Can't have this. And again, it's Ritik Bahera in the middle. The yes-no running has costed them wickets in the past and very nearly costed him a wicket here. Kanchan would have been gone for a golden duck. Instead, he's going to survive. Direct hit would have been gone, I reckon. You don't want that required run rate to tickle to 10. Not before the 15th over. In that same area, this time called off. And again, this is what we were talking about. We talked about how the singles had dried up and the boundaries have kept them in the game. They're not consistently scoring those 8, 9 runs and over they needed, but they've gotten to 6 to 7, and that'll do for now. But now without those boundaries, can they find those runs? Can Gunchin get in and replace Salim now? Driven, but straight to the fielder. Oh, Noman Anwar is just jumped up in front of him. Again, will feel disappointed with himself, holding himself to such a high standard. As the sun's continuing to set here in St. Louis at ACAC Park, beautiful venue, and the gateway to the West is starting to become the gateway to the best in minor league cricket. St. Louis looking to win a title. Michigan looking to get win number 1 of the season. And this could be the over that St. Louis needed. If you've given up 1 run through 4 deliveries, it's got to be boundaries for the Cricket Stars. They've got to continue to be in the fight. Their required run rate starts to get to 9, starts to get to 10. That's when you start to create trouble. If they can just salvage this to get to 6 runs in the over, they'll be all right. A little bit of cut. Misfield should be allow them to get to 1. That one spun all around. Arnav Jam. And he'll close out this over here. 12 overs gone, 89 runs on the board, and this game is taking a turn with the passing of Aki Waka Salim.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Arnav Jam, good with the bat, now with the ball in hand. Trying to get some off spin going, and that required run right now just a hint under 9. So what I want to see from the Cricket Stars is a single on every delivery. Get to 6. Can you get to 6 in this over? Can you get to 7? Again, set the game up for the last 5. If you're in the last 5, you need 10 and over. You won't blink an eye. But you stop getting to 6, 7 now. It'll get to 15 to 18, and that's when things start to get bad. Ooh, decent turn on that. They'll sneak away that run. Good soft hands from the captain. Again, you can see the plan straight away from the Cricket Stars. 2 shots, 2 just deliveries placed into the gap. Swept. Has he picked out the man? He's gone over the man. He's gone over everything. Well done from Ritik Behera. That's what they needed, the Michigan Cricket Stars. A touch too full, touch too wide, and a touch too easy for the class of Ritik Behera. Yeah, it's a risky move going to Arnav Jam now. Hasn't picked up a wicket in minor league, an economy closer to 12. Just the 8 overs in minor league cricket. And so this is a real risk that the Americans are running. Tickled. They're pushing hard. Could they come back for 2? Could be close. Could be very close. Throws off. And they'll come back for 3. Good running this from the Michigan Cricket Stars and Ritik Behera. They'll pick up 9 from the past 2 deliveries. It's heads up running. They ran the first one hard, pushed the fielder for the second error throw, and you can capitalize on the third. That's the difference in tough running. That's what it becomes. After an over to forget, you found an over to remember. Already 11 runs. Ooh, nearly got back through. Well bowled from John there, but over number 12 went for just 2 runs. This one has already gone for 11 with the ball to spare. So now you're playing with house money. This game is getting back into the balance. Full wide away from that short cover fielder. And just out to that sweeper does well. Zakil will come back for 2 and a very productive over for the Michigan Cricket Stars. They get past 100, and this 13th over, fittingly, goes for 13 runs. 102 for 3.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Muhammad Ilyas into the attack. Flicked away, well dealt with from Behera. He's putting together a really mature innings. He's hit the bad ones away. He's found singles now. Him and Gunshan seem to have this plan. For Ilyas, he would have had maybe a better outlook coming into the 13th over, but now into the 14th, coming off the 11th run over, there isn't that much pressure on these two batters. Yes, got to find 8 runs, but you can sit there and find 6, 7, and be just fine because you had that 11 run over. Yeah, they get 1, and they won't get any off that. One done in the field. Good bowling from Ilyas as well. Again, such a key figure in this team, and it's just incredible with the ball in hand. You've seen him take big time wickets early, swing the ball back late. Had a brilliant final over against the Chicago Tigers. Defended 11 after 4 byes on ball number 1. From there was perfect Yorker after perfect Yorker to win that game by 4 runs. That's on the pads. Saying sliding down the leg stump. That's awfully close. Ilyas can't quite believe it. Let's take a second look at this. This was oddly close. Yeah, I think it's a good decision. I know it's on the back foot, but he's standing on the leg stump. It's moved in quite a bit. It would have been real close. Probably going to be umpire's call if you had a third umpire. And umpire's got the best view. He's got the best look. Okay, 1 off the leg buys. Good tight over so far. It's the wicket they're searching for. Can they break this partnership? Push into the offside. Will find himself 1 run. Behera smart here. No need to take on Ilyas. He's got 2 overs after this. Deal with it when you have to deal with it right now. No need to gift him a wicket and let the other bowlers capitalize. You can score off the others. If Arnav Jam gets another over, if Noman Anwar gets overs, if Zahid Zakil gets a second, we'll have to wait and see about that. Abhimanyu Lumba is going to come back into the attack. And they won't get a single on that one. Dot ball to close out. A really good 14th over. This game is ebbing and flowing over 14 gone, 105 for 3.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Still a delivery to go in this over. So it seems, and Begunchen on strike to face it. And 3 runs from this over so far. And this will be the final delivery of the 14th. And the same result. Top ball to close out the over. It'll be 14, 105 for 3. Well, we spoke about it. Noman Anwar would have to come back into the attack, and he does. Is this the over the Stars elect to attack? 1 on offer out to sweeper. They could push for 2, just settle. What Anwar's doing well, he's not turning it loads, but he's just cramping the batters for room on a length. So he's saying, okay, hit me, pull me. But everything's going to come outside of you into your body, and you have to be ready to pull, and it's coming quick. You don't have time to rock back. Tried to pull just the outside edge. Again, you could see he's trying to set himself up to go over the leg side. But because it's so quick on him, unable to get the bat down. Ended up just slicing it into the air. That's the ploy Noman Anwar wants these batters to fall into. Veer Behera could just get to the off stump. Yeah, just like this. That's brilliant. That's good batting. It's understanding what the bowler's doing. The first ball, he jumped outside. So Anwar said, okay, I'm going to bowl towards middle and leg. Behera this time, leaning over towards middle and off stump. Helps it over. Finds 4 runs. This young man, he's putting together a masterclass of a chase right now. Just 53, just under 50 runs to go get now. Cuts, no run on offer that time. Again, Bejeras, he's using his crease so well. We've talked about it all day. I thought the Stars have been really good about that. Keeping the bowlers guessing with the width. How wide should they bowl with how much these batters are moving? Timed out to cover there. And you can see what he did. He stood still, and he's just hoping Anwar would go back to stumps to play a similar stroke. Anwar kept it outside of the arc. But again, just 46 runs left to go. In a position to win this game, the Michigan Cricket Stars. Swept. Has he got all of it? Yes, he has. He'll find 6 runs. over the top, and the experiment of Noman Anwar hasn't worked today. It's been all about the batters playing him. That's 2 boundaries in the over, the 6 and the 4. And the St. Louis Americans have to go back to the drawing board as this over will come to a close, and it'll be 118 for 3.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
What do you do now if you're the St. Louis Americans? You're on the verge of handing the Cricket Stars their first win of the season. Muhammad Ilyas, he's coming in for over number 3 of his. 40 needed from the final 5. That's 8 and over. It's going to be high. It's a good shout, but it will be high. No, given. Given in the end. Behera can't quite believe it. He's saying it's got to be high. Very late decision. He's standing on middle stump, but I reckon that's too high. You can't fault the shot selection from Behera. He's looking to play with the angle, still with the glance and words to the umpire. He feels as if he should be in, but Ilyas has delivered what the Americans needed. It's 118 for 4. Well, oh well, this game has taken a turn, and St. Louis believe again. Danush Gavripakkam moves into the middle. This is a man who's played for both Atlanta franchises, the Fire and the Lightning. Just the 4 innings in minor league cricket. And he's batted down the order, not really given a real role. With Michigan, though, pushed a little higher up. We'll get an opportunity now. Quick single. This could be close. Won't be. They'll get the run in the end, much to the dismay of Muhammad Ilyas, but they'll get that single. And now, Nikhil Kanchan, it's all on you, skipper. You sit here and say Behera probably a touch unlucky, but he was given out in the end. There's no reviews, there's no third umpires. You've got to go with what the umpire says. For Nikhil Kanchan, how do you replace his production? Where can you find runs? Can you find the rope? Nicely struck, but straight to the fielder. This is what Muhammad Ilyas does when the wicket falls. He has the ability just to apply pressure because of how good he is in the death. Very rarely misses that Yorker. Slows it down, gets the ball to cut back in. And if you get out of this over with just the 1 run, it just eases so much because it puts so much on the young man, Danush, at the non-striker's end. Swing and a miss for Nikhil Kanchan. Again, slight movement back in. Good work here from the St. Louis Americans. This is what they've been so good at all season. We talk about their bowling. It's in tough situations. I already mentioned that final over last week against the Chicago Tigers. Final over 11 to win, 4 byes to start the over off. And then from there, it's wicket, dot, wicket, single, wicket, or excuse me, dot ball to close it. Nails the Yorker yet again. It'll just be the 1 run. They could push for 2. Looks like they will. No, sent back. Good decision. Well done by the wicketkeeper in the back. Could have been real ugly. But you put the body on the line to Winner Cucker. So for Covery Buckham, who's able to bat and can score, is very highly effective down in Atlanta. Can he find runs and find them in a hurry? 38 more needed. The over starting to slip away. 4.2 overs to go. Quiet run rate now, 8.77. Again, the use of the crease has been the real difference. Gunshan's been almost a statue on leg stump. Discovery Buckham will like to move around. Pushed into the offside. They'll get 1. And that'll close out a very good 16th over. Taking the wicket, and just a couple of runs come from it. This Michigan Cricket Stars chase now and spot a bother. You figure some combination of the Pacers now, as it'll be Abimanyu Lumba with the ball in hand. This is the over you can squeeze. You probably do have to go to a spinner at some point, but this is an over you can squeeze down. You have the 2 of Lumba, and it'll just be paced throughout because you have the 1 of Ilias, and you can go to the 1 of Ujval Vinakorta. So 2 from Lumba at this end. Imagine either you save Ilias or you just let him rhythm it out, and then you go to Ujval Vinakorta. Munir Kakkar's got his hands on his knees at the moment. There seems to be some kind of stoppage in play. Just want to see what this is all about. As the umpires gather, the batters come together. Sun setting in the beautiful ACAC Park. 37 runs needed for the Michigan Cricket Stars now. It's setting up to be a fantastic finish. Again, to me, the real turning point could have been that Rithik Behera LBW. Whether you agree or not with the decision, doesn't matter. That can be debated. The decision was out. That's all that matters. Now relies on Kaveri Pakam and Nikhil Kanchan. What can they do? 37 from 4 needed. Moved into the onside. They could push for 2. They will push, and they will get. Tough bounce off the Astro surface. Could wants kind to be quicker to that delivery. Again, every run important. Every time you can get 2, it takes the pressure off the boundary hitters. I look at a guy like Tanafwasi, who is in the 11 as a boundary hitter in this team. You imagine if a wicket goes down now, He's the man. But how can you make things easier for him? No run on offer. Kavadi Puck'em held down. Kanchan on his knees at the non-striker's end. And a lot of pressure on this youngster who hasn't batted a lot in minor league, hasn't batted in a lot of pressure situations. This is the closest the Michigan Cricket Stars have been really to winning a game. They were ahead of this game, you would say, at the 10 over point. From there, Americans clawed in. Short. This could be wide. Won't be. Will be the one for the over. And Gunshan having war with Coverty Buckham. He's got to find a way off strike. It's the third delivery. And right now, what that means is the fourth delivery goes to Coverty Buckham. One delivery for Gunshan to score boundary, and then one to get a single. If that's how Gunshan wants to play it. Because that required run rate is now 10. Little push. They'll find one. Could push two. They are. A fumble will allow him to get there. Joshua Kind, hands up, hands on the knees for both Lumba and Kukut. You see both batters on the knees too. A warm day. Everyone's sweating around, and Governor Buckham's coming in and just running for his life. But just the 4 runs to show for it. Is this the game plan? Is it another soft hands attempt here from Governor Buckham? Use of the feet. This would just be one, you'd imagine. More firmly struck, and Governor Buckham not interested in running out as captain. So one delivery for Gunshan. You've got 5 runs. You need a boundary. There's really no other option. You're within the last 5. You have to find ways to score. The innovative option here would be to attack fine leg. You've seen every delivery back of a length. Move across your stumps, move outside your off stump, and allow yourself the opportunity to just use the angle and create the runs. Stationed well outside his leg stump now. Fuller outside edge flies away. Third man inside the ring is always dangerous, and he'll pick up 4 runs that way. A much needed 4 runs to close out the 17th over. You take a second look. It was just slightly away from that fielder stationed at short third. If you're going to slash, you slash hard. And he slashed into the gap. Closes out the 17th over. It's 130 for 4. Struck on the pads, nowhere to go. It's Ujval Vinakota sliding down the leg stump, but this is going to be tough for Kavadi Buckham. There's no real run scoring options on a length, is not a extremely tall individual with the extra bounce. You can see he wants to get down to the ground, play on the front foot. So for me, if you're Covery Puckham, and if the message from Gunchin here is either get all the way to the pitch or stand deep in your crease, middle and off, and use the angle, guide it in. Playing a miss again. Picked up into the leg side. Couple of bounces out to the young man. And they'll come back for two. Good running. No, won't be two. How about this? The glove was off from Munakakut. How good is he behind the stumps? What a revelation he is. And with the glove off, collected, put the throw out there, take another look. You would say the ball stopped up right there. Had to attack it, then the one-handed pickup, got the throw off. It was a good height. And what we didn't see in that replay was probably the most impressive part. The glove, no glove in the right hand, took it, threw it at the stumps. Brilliant work. "27 runs left." It'll still be 27 runs left, but with one less delivery. Brilliant stuff here from Vinacorta. The pressure of those three dot balls, that's what the key was. Forced the hand. I would just sit here and think that Nikola Gunchin hasn't seen enough strike. I would have reckoned that you would want him to see more strike here. Would have been happy maybe with a single and several occasions to find the rope. But these singles are not going to do it now. This game as well, and feels truly dead unless you have some inspirational striking. But we won't get to see any more Nikola Gunchin because he'll be at the non-strikers end to start the 19th, 132 for 5.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Boundary there will be a dot ball. Lumba wants to get this over with. It's just 26 runs, but only the 11 deliveries to do it. Need boundaries, and for me, yes, the Rithik Behera LBW, probably poor. Probably not the correct decision. But from that point on, I don't think Nick Ilkunchen took enough onus of the innings. He spent basically the rest of it watching from the non-striker's end. That'll be wide. No. Oh, yes. Late wide given, and you'd have to imagine it was. It was sliding down the leg stump. St. Louis not happy with it. Michigan's arguing that should be a no ball. Is that the second one for the over? No, that was the first, they reckon. But a real good fight back. Mithun still not unhappy with the leg umpire. Still feels as if it should have been. And now the conversation continues to happen. Won't be a no ball. Just the wide. Hit. Over cover. Could run away to the rope. Will spin away. And sweeper cover can't get there. It'll be 4 runs after he had to pitch it up. He's bowled too short. Gave up the extra this time. Little bit fuller. And that spin right here. The difference in 2 runs and 4 runs. Still in the game, Michigan. They need more of these boundaries. They need Mithun to continue to find them. Gunshan's run a lot. Skied. And taken. Out in the deep, no mistakes. St. Louis don't want the fielders coming in. Just throw the ball, and Mithun has to go. Gunshan on his knees because he's watching wickets tumble around him. The line is the difference for me on this occasion. On the off stump, had to pick it up. Never easy with the extra bounce. Well done. Hands well in front of his eyes. Makes the catch look simple. 21 runs required. Humayun into the middle, the lefty. 21 runs, 9 balls to do it in. Be a brilliant innings if he could get it. Has to find a boundary early or get that single right here. Will be just the one. Now, Nick Ilkunchen's been off strike for quite some time. Really felt he should have been playing more and seeing more deliveries, but none of that matters in this moment. He can make up for it right now. It's 20 from 8. 15 that required run rate. 20 from 8. Do you have enough in the tank to hit 2 6s and a 4? If you can get there, the singles will carry you the rest of the way. But 2 6s and a 4 are what you require. Now that equation gets even tougher. It's 20 from 7. Again, this is why I would have liked to see Gunshan just have a little bit more say in this innings. He's been happy at the non-strikers end to run it. I get it. It's selfless cricket, but not sure it's the right call. You need your best batters facing the most deliveries. That's the T20 game. That's the T20 model. Just fine. Sweep recover. We'll be 1, and we'll hold on to strike, but it'll be 19 from the final 6. Anyone's game at the moment. Here we go.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Muhammad Ilyas, last over for him, 19 to defend. Hold him, cleaned out the leg stump. It's what he does best, bowling in the death. And no celebrations from the St. Louis Americans. They're just handling business here today. Again, we talk about that angle in. Gunshun wanted to go big over mid wicket. That little angle clears him out. 139 for 7 now. Anafwasi, young man out of Texas, into the game. And hit. Get one out to third man for it. Get in for a ball and take a blow to the body. Not, I think, the way he would have looked for it, but he'll take it nonetheless. Ilyas with a little apology to the young man as well. Again, this team is very young, very talented, Michigan is. A couple of things to grow upon and learn and develop with, but plenty of talent in this lineup. So this is a team of the future. For St. Louis, they're showing they're a team of today. Not a lot of players, not a lot of people would have believed that this team would be in a position to finish in the top 2 in the Central. Even without the Dallas Mustangs, this was a division that was incredibly loaded. And they're keeping themselves alive here. They're 4 deliveries away. The swing, able to get 1 run for their trouble, but won't be enough there. It'll be 3 sixes from the bat of Thunafwasi that'll do the trick. Anything short of that, it'll be certain victory for the St. Louis Americans, and they'll move to 8 points and join the Chicago Kingsmen in the top 2. Jump up to that second position just behind on the net run rate. Plenty of matches still to be played, but in a commanding position. Flicked away, just to the fielder. And that'll do it. The St. Louis Americans just need 2 legal deliveries to claim this victory as a win. An opportunity gone missing for the Michigan Cricket Stars. So here we go. From Ilyas, needs 2 deliveries, is coming over the wicket, I believe. Still adjusting the field here. Again, that's the competition. He'll come around the wicket on this delivery. Just needs to bowl 2 legal balls. There's one and taken. Well, it'll be a consolation prize. 3 wickets in the game. This time of Humayun off his own bowling. A return catch. Taken quite comfortably in the end. It was in the air for a while, but never easy. Moving in the opposite direction. But there you go. 8th wicket falls for Michigan Cricket Stars. Last delivery. Ballin on strike. And Ilyas delivers the goods. It'll be a win for the St. Louis Americans. A nervy victory in the end, and they'll get it done. Move to 8 points, move to second in the table, and the St. Louis Americans into commanding place to be headed to the playoffs. That'll do it here for this edition of the 2024 minor league cricket season. In this matchup between the St. Louis Americans and the Michigan Cricket Stars, the St. Louis Americans win by 15 runs. We appreciate you guys for tuning in and joining us this entire match, dealing with all the technical difficulties. We appreciate your time. We thank you, and we can't wait to see you again. Hit into the air, and no fielder out there at fine leg. So it'll run away for 4 runs. Not in full control there, Salim. Now facing Lumba. Hold. We'll go ahead and run away to the boundary rope. That's good there. Make himself room to free the hands. Like this. That's brilliantly done. Over the top, use of the feet. It'll run away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Straighter. Start straighter. Was there a bit of pad on the way through? It seems like there was a bit of pad. The St. Louis Americans are all up. Oh, how good is this? No need to change where you stand when you can play strokes like that on the crease. That's in the air, over extra cover, and that'll be 4 runs. Brown as well. That one's flighted, met with the sweep, and met to the gap. It'll run away to the boundary. Sat up, asked to be hit, and met with the punishment. That's not a great delivery, and Noman Anwar knows it. It's good to see him with the confidence to continue to bowl. In the air, and taken. Well done there. Now to really express themselves here in Michigan. That one's going to beat third man. It's going to race away to the boundary. A lot of work to do and can't do it. You can get it to be consistent. It's fine. But you can see the natural variation there. This time it'll be short and hit away. Rithik Beher. Oh, how is that? Hold the pose, Salim. Wakas, like it's coming on to stump. Using the seam well today. Swept and swept beautifully. Brilliant from Behera. He got to understanding what swept. Has he picked out the man? He's gone over the man. He's gone over everything. Well done from Rithik. Could just get to the off stump. Yeah, just like this. That's brilliant. That's good batting. It's understanding what the bowler's doing. The first ball, he jumped outside. Position to win this game, the Michigan Cricket Stars. Swept. Has he got all of it? Yes, he has. He'll find 6 runs. It's going to be high. It's a good shout, but it will be high. No, given. Given in the end. Behera can't quite believe it. He's saying it's got to be high. Very late decision. He's standing on middle stump, but I reckon that's too... Stationed well outside his leg stump now. Fuller outside edge flies away. Third man inside the ring is always dangerous. Picked up into the leg side. Couple of bounces out to the young man. And they'll come back for two. Good running. No, won't be two. How about this? The glove was off. Hit. Over cover. Could run away to the rope. Will spin away. And sweeper cover can't get there. Skied. And taken. Out in the deep, no mistakes. 19 to defend. Just needs to bowl 2 legal balls. There's one and taken. Well, it'll be a...
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.